Kept you waiting, huh? It's time to continue this. I'm finally in Groznygrad, and also have taken on one of the last Cobra unit members that isn't the boss. And there is another, and a good part of actually why you'd want to care to try and oh shit. Really? Jeez. Let me also see if this charging cord still works worth a damn. I sure hope so. This super long one I bought around the time that I got my PS4. And, man. Okay, it is charging. Good. I'm hopeful to some degree for the remake because I ended up actually being very surprised by what we got out of, for example, uh, what is it? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, the remakes. Okay, here we go. Shit. This really is the best I can do right now without using that thing.
Must be seeing things.
Fucking God. It's kind of annoying when you end up having to need all these different items just to heal. Because while just letting stuff heal by itself does give you more health, it's still just annoying. Okay. Man. And, isn't there something I can get in one of these guys? Yeah, okay. Yeah. There we go. So what's this guy? Another suppressor. Still helpful. Is that it though? Yeah, I'd sure hope not, because I want to say I remember there being like a weapon in one of those. The, uh-oh. Okay. Oh wait, maybe it was underneath one of these guys? Oh, not underneath that one. Not underneath that one either. Yeah, okay, I guess that's it. Oof. This is definitely one of the harder parts of the game where you've broken straight into the freaking main base that they're making the Shagahod in, which is a tank that has like rockets that you'd normally expect with space travel made use of. That should help. making sure I stock up on all this stuff is definitely for the better. Easily something that the remake could do that would be useful is if there is at least new difficulties presented where you didn't have to deal with the survival viewer with healing cuts and injuries all the time. Uh, thank God I noticed that dog before it was too late, because that would have ended ugly if I didn't notice that dog earlier. If I didn't notice that dog any sooner, I probably would have been freaking given a lot of crap right now. Food. Let's just rat in. Okay. Shot. It's kind of cute how that little frog thing is actually replaced with Yoshi in the 3DS version. And it makes the old freaking classic Yoshi's Island sounds from the Super Nintendo and everything, which is just so cute. The minute I noticed that in the 3DS version, since that was the one that I completed first, I was so just finding that adorable. That's it though. No. Maybe this will be a good way in. Come on, I'm trying to hit triangle to open the door. Please. Please. How about now? 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 Come on. Why won't you let me open the fucking thing up? Come on. Do it without my gun?
Eva,
Snake,
you're all right.
were you worried about me?
Yeah, I can't continue my mission without your help.
I'm touched by your honesty. Don't concern yourself with me. I'm doing just fine. But
What?
thanks anyway.
Sure.
Okay, back to the mission. The security in the West Wing where Sokolov is being held is extremely tight. The only ones who are cleared to enter the West Wing are those with Colonel-class authorization. One of those people is Major Rykov. To get into the West Wing, you could disguise yourself as Rykov. First, you'll have to
The
take
Raiden
Rykov
joke
out
is a
and
little
steal
bit
his
silly,
uniform.
I think.
He's in the East
But,
Wing of the Weapons Lab in the center of Groznygrad. The East Wing is east of your current location. Head east.
All right, but why?
Huh?
Why do I have to steal Rykov's clothes from him? What about that scientist outfit?
That's not going to work this time around. Rykov's uniform is a special type that only he wears. You'll have to get it directly from him. Normally, I'm pretty good at getting men to take off their clothes, but it won't work on him.
Huh?
oh
You,
boy.
on the other hand, might have a better chance with him.
What's that supposed to mean?
What indeed? Anyway, the only way to get Rykov's uniform is to take him out and steal it yourself. He's somewhere in the East Wing.
Well,
Huh? The enemy's here!
come on. No. Trying to remember how to just do this instead of using any sort of guide. Especially when I have played this game a good couple of times now. Maybe here? Come on. So confusing trying to figure out where the hell to go. I can't zoom out more than this? Come on now, that's a pretty simple feature game.
Who's that?
Whew, thank God for CQC. I freaking do love CQC. Easily one of the best things about Metal Gear. To where, really, if there was such a thing as a Metal Gear Splinter Cell crossover game, it would be amazing just on the fact that we would really get to have the amazing mechanics of both franchises just combined into one amazing, amazing experience. I mean, I know for a fact that not only would I like Camo and CQC from Metal Gear, as well as the tightly handled third-person aiming mechanics that was introduced since MGS4 and beyond, but also the likes of Stain and Darkness back in freaking Metal, er, back in Splinter Cell being so much fun and so so useful all the time. It got me over my fear of the darkness as a kid. And that alone is one of the reasons why Splinter Cell is important to me. I'm just disappointed that the company that owns Splinter Cell isn't exactly a company that we can just trust with a remake. I mean, I'd like it for that to be that simple, but it's sadly just not. And that's where I'm cautious about the upcoming Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Because on one hand, we have a chance of this being a kind of upgrade like it is in Metal Gear Solid 3D, where we have the Circle Pad Pro feature that makes third person aiming mechanics on par with Metal Gear Solid 4, and also being able to do crouch walking as well, being a huge improvement, just saying. It's stuff like that that really a lot of games in just Metal Gear alone could really use the upgrades for. Because if Metal Gear 1 alone got that treatment, it would be great. Especially because you could make a pretty engaging narrative out of Metal Gear 1 despite. Hold on one moment. Sorry about that. What I was saying is that we have a chance of it being a good remake for Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, but let's be real too, the likes of Metal Gear 1 really needs a remake. Because also, we could then get the entire thing voice acted. We could also expand on the story since it is at a point in time when we have foresight with the plot of future games. So we could also write in certain characters and details with the plot overall. It really can come together to be a very engaging story. As it stands with its original script, though, it's mainly just the shock of Big Boss being the bad guy in the end when you are playing that without even knowing about where the story was going to go in future games as well. And then also the sequel, now that for sure would be amazing to experience with voice acting and everything else like a traditional Metal Gear Solid experience. It would be a fantastic game to have remade. And then also getting a remake like that for Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2 as well would really, really be amazing. Especially because with Metal Gear Solid 1, not having features like first person aiming, let alone third person aiming, would make Metal Gear Solid 1 so much more engaging. Not to mention, Metal Gear Solid 2 would be far more engaging with also third person aiming, a third person camera, crouch walking, all that stuff together would come together to make a really good remake for both of those games as well. Bottom line is, if anything, they might be using Metal Gear Solid 3 as the template for remakes for Metal Gear Solid because, let's be real, this is the most popular Metal Gear entry. Because while I have a soft spot for Metal Gear Solid 4, um, while I also really enjoy Metal Gear Solid 2's story, and I feel like people are harsh towards that one as well, the likes of Metal Gear Solid 3 is the one that most people can get behind, but definitely features like this, I think the game would benefit if it at least had, like, let's say, a difficulty option where we could remove the survival viewer entirely with this stuff. The eating part, I don't mind so much. It's kind of endearing with the comments Snake makes. Clearly, rations aren't very tasty, apparently. But it would at least be kind of nice if it was, let's say, just something that you didn't have to deal with. Because just, eating rations to restore your health and also at least adding to um, your stamina as well. I thought Metal Gear Solid 4 did a perfect balance of the older and newer mechanics, as well as really just refining everything else, such as being able to enjoy the likes of what is it specifically? The likes of third person aiming alone being one of the best things that Metal Gear Solid 4 introduced easily, as well as crouch walking. Because thing is, Metal Gear can become so engaging if all of these past stories got remakes where they refined all the gameplay down to where we had a much more uh, refined experience with each game, to where then it's just down to what story you kind of enjoy most. And I definitely would still want that to happen for all these different entries for the sake of us getting to have, you know, more refined uh, story experiences with these games. I'm at least, I guess, gonna try this to see if it'll work in this area. Just try and get that Rykov douche and go from there. Hmm, guess that's all I got. So let's just start by collecting crap in order to make sure we'll be ready to face what's coming up here. I think I'm gonna be fine with this till I try to go into that other area specifically. Okay.
Snake, that door can't be opened by normal means. Apparently, it operates by responding to a specific radio frequency. If you
Hmm.
want to know the key frequency, why don't you try asking someone nearby?
Kind of forgot about asking them for radio frequencies for crap like this.
Who's that?
Ah, jeez. Okay, so this really isn't going to help, I guess. Whoa, interesting. Do I only have that cardboard box though? Shit, I want this one. Trying to remember though how the interrogation part works. Oh, is there anything I can use to try and like give me the extra? Because I'm trying to remember how to specifically ask, interrogate them. Because I haven't freaking dealt with that for a while. It's a lot more streamlined in Splinter Cell. And I gotta say, it's one of the best things about that game is the how they streamline the action button in that game with the holding down the action button, selecting your action kind of deal. It's very very well handled, I'd say. Trying to, where is it? Come on. If you press square, kill your restrained enemy. So, but I thought that oh, press L2 to interrogate. Okay.
Answer me. How about going to the toilet? Relaxing a bit? Speak. Answer me.
Come on.
How about going to the toilet? Relaxing a bit? Speak.
Use them that open the doors, it seems like, so maybe I can... Ha! I did it! Well, he may not have told me the frequency. I was able to use his body to help open the door at least, so that works enough. Scorpion, submachine gun, sweet. I forgot that that's actually in this game. Was there another one of those freaking dolls to shoot or whatever? Or the frog or whatever? No. So weird because sometimes you're trying to just unlock it and it just won't. Go to sleep. It's just so satisfying being able to just slam him to the ground and just freaking knock him out just like that. It's easily just one of the best mechanics in stealth games, I'd say. Hmm. At least placing bodies by the doors help me to get access to them without I'm just trying to knock these guys out. Jeez. Trying to see though if there has been a visit from that guy at all recently. He's in the area, or if I just haven't come across him yet. Just so I can try and at least get this to finally cool down, so I can try and find this guy and get his clothes. Come on. Oh. on, it's actually that voice actor again. What do you know? Huh. because of the freaking touchpad that I accidentally touched it. Yeah, the NPCs like that is pretty funny. So dumb that I have to try and do that though, just to try and actually get all the items here.
Sir.
Just making sure if anything were to have been respawned that I've grabbed it before it's time to. Yeah, cause that's where you want to find a porn mag in a fucking library. Oh jeez. almost to having full health unlocked. Yes, I really am ready to.
Okay, your Rykov disguise is complete. Now they won't stop you no matter what you do.
Even if I punch someone in the face?
Right.
Really?
Really.
Why?
Rykov's just that kind of guy.
Oh boy.
Once you're disguised as Rykov, you can get into the West Wing where Sokolov is being held. To get to the entrance to the West Wing, pass west through the main wing of the weapons lab and go through the connecting passageway. You can get into the main wing of the weapons lab from the southwest side of the second floor. Head for the main wing.
Ah, your Rykov disguise has turned out nicely.
Yeah. Not even his own mother could tell the difference.
Indeed, you're starting to irritate me already.
Why? This look should make me more popular.
I wouldn't bet on it, but whatever. Now that you're indistinguishable from
Oh
the real
jeez.
Rykov, you'll be able to get into the West Wing, to which only Volgin and Rykov have access. Head for the West Wing of the weapons lab. That's where Sokolov is being held. Enter the main wing from the second floor of the East Wing. Pass west through the main wing, and you'll come to a connecting passageway. The West Wing is at the other end of that passageway. Infiltrate the West Wing and rescue Sokolov.
I'm also gonna save
Do
real
you want
quick.
to save?
And I'm also gonna take a quick break after I save here. But I'll be back in a little
Snake,
time.
have you seen the movie Them?
No.
It's about these giant ants that appear in the desert of New Mexico after a nuclear test.
Oh, that's
The army
lovely.
tries to fight them off with flamethrowers. The ants were so big that they filled up the entire screen. The whole movie theater was screaming.
An ant that big could make a good meal.
Ew.
Yeah, well, if you find any, don't eat them.
Come on, they're not that bad for you.
If you end up growing huge like that, you won't have any place left to hide.
Just like a Gurlagon.
Okay then. Well then. back. Friggin'. Hmm. Gotta admit, it's a bit confusing how some games on the original Xbox and GameCube have pressure sensitive trigger related stuff, but PlayStation had analog buttons, and we can't really seem to have things streamlined among the platforms back then. Hmm.
Sir. Sir.
I guess really do need to just continue already. I just know though that I'm about ready to deal with being captured and all that crap. So you know, that's always fun. But wow. That poster almost looks like she has her tits out actually. What the hell? Uh little blurry there. Makes it hard to tell if she has a top or not. Well then. Then again, you know, this is the series where we use even literal Playboy magazines in the likes of there's a Jaguar. That thing's fucking crazy looking though. Oh man. But yeah, like we use literal Playboy magazines in Metal Gear Solid 4 to distract while on the battlefield.
Sir. Here it is.
You can count on me. What about the philosopher's legacy?
I don't know anything about that. What are you? Are you trying to kill me?
What's the matter?
I know nothing, I swear it. No one but the Colonel knows the legacy.
I see.
No, don't. Oh.
Man.
the CIA. What are you doing here?
I told you before, didn't I? I'm going to get you out of here.
A man of honor, just like your commander. But I'm afraid you're too late.
Too late. Don't tell me. The Shagohods.
Fuck.
Exactly. The final preparations for Phase 2 are complete.
Sokolov, what
So
exactly
shit's
is
about ready
Phase
to
2?
get real.
To put it in technical terms, it's a composite range extension system for medium-range ballistic missiles. The Shagohod was originally designed as a tank that could launch nuclear missiles from any type of terrain. There was just one problem we couldn't figure out how to solve. The ICBMs we have today are simply too big for the Shagohod to carry. But the military would not hear of it. They demanded a weapon that could launch a nuclear missile directly into the American homeland. That is when I came up with the idea for Phase 2.
But there's no way you could load an ICBM onto the Shagohod. So how'd you do it?
By accelerating the Shagohod itself.
Accelerating it?
In Phase 2, a rocket booster unit is attached to the frame of the Shagohod. The unit incorporates the same technology used in the Vostok rocket that sent Major Gagarin into space. Using this booster, the Shagohod can achieve a land speed of over 300 miles per hour.
That monster can go more than 300 miles per hour?
Yes. And from this state of accelerated motion, it launches a nuclear missile.
So, the Shagohod acts like the first stage of a rocket.
Yes, precisely. The range of the missile launched by the Shagohod thus increases from 2,500 miles to 6,000 miles.
6,000 miles? That's enough to strike anywhere in the United States.
Not only that, for the Shagohod, there's no need to construct giant silos like the ones used to house ICBMs. All you need is a runway about 3 miles in length, or its equivalent. And you can launch a thermonuclear strike against any location in the United States from anywhere in the Soviet Union.
Gnarly.
It cannot be detected by spy planes or satellites. It's a mobile fortress, capable of deploying in secret and launching its payload at any time.
A weapon from hell.
A completed prototype now sits in the hangar. At present, it is the only one of its kind. But Volgin is planning to mass produce them based on that prototype.
And deploy them all over the Soviet Union.
Yes, and that's not the end of it. He's going to ship them to Eastern Europe, to Asia, to all the countries of the Eastern Bloc. Even worse, he intends to use the Shagohod as bait to foment armed uprisings among dictators, ethnic insurgents, and revolutionary groups throughout the Third World. His funds are nearly limitless. He could start mass production tomorrow if he wanted. The reason that tensions between East and West have settled into a Cold War is because each side fears the other's power. Deterrence. The idea of using threats to keep one's enemy in check is the perfect word to sum up this state of affairs. But the Shagohod goes far beyond the level of threat. It will render the concept of deterrence utterly meaningless. If such a weapon is unleashed on the world, it will not be long before all nations are engulfed in conflict. The Cold War will end, and the entire planet will be consumed by the fires of war. Volgin and the Shagohod will be at the center of it all.
So gnarly.
So you see, it's already too late.
No, it's not too late.
What do you mean?
We've still got a chance. All we have to do is destroy the prototype and the whole facility before they can mass produce it. But just tell me what I need to do to destroy this place.
All right. The liquid fuel used in the rocket engine is stored in a tank. If you can blow it up somehow. Some C3 ought to be enough to blow the entire hangar to smithereens.
C3? You mean that cutting-edge plastic explosive?
It could be molded into any shape. The bomb of the future.
Where can I get it?
There was some in the armory here, but it's gone now. It was stolen by a female spy who was here a minute ago.
Eva?
No, that's not her name. Her name is Tatiana. She made her way in here by becoming Volkin's lover.
I thought she was your lover.
Mine? Oh no, she is Volkin's lover. This is my lover.
Who are they?
My wife and daughter. They're in America.
Wish that the picture was a bit clearer.
Now I remember. Your family is in the custody of the CIA. How long has Tatiana been here?
Only a few weeks.
A few days before the Virtuous mission, then.
She said that Khrushchev sent her.
What did you just give her?
All of the experimental data for the Shagohod. Please, it is essential that you destroy the Shagohod.
I will, but first I've got to get you to safety.
No. I'm not going.
My mission is to rescue you.
Leave me.
Sokolov!
Khrushchev has abandoned me. I cannot return to my country. I would most certainly be sent to the gulags.
What about the U.S.?
Yes, I once thought of that. My family's waiting for me there. But even if I fled to the United States, I would once again find myself creating weapons of mass murder. In the end, it doesn't matter where I go. I am still a weapons scientist. To be honest with you, I'm tired. Every day I help create things that should never be used. Things that should never have existed in the first place. Every day, without sleep.
I can't blame this guy for feeling the way he does.
And my
It's
creations
pretty
do not even
fucked,
benefit
man.
mankind. They are merely the tools of politicians.
Not wrong there.
All I wanted to do was build space rockets. But it was not to be. The space race between America and Russia became the prey of politicians. The space race and the arms race are one and the same. Missiles, rockets, what's the difference? Scientists are always being used. Please, watch over my family.
Major, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you in my room.
So weird, honestly.
Who are you? Don't play dumb with me. If you think you can fool me, you're sorely mistaken. I know the Major better than anyone else.
Yikes.
I come here looking for Tatiana, and what should I find? But a greasy freebooter.
Ow. Ow.
What is this fairy disguise? It's gonna rub off on you. And then you'll lose sight of who you really are. Stay out of this.
Oh, damn.
I see why they call you the boss. What was that? Some kind of judo?
No, it's called CQC, a basic form of close quarters combat. He and I developed it together.
Splendid. I'll take it from here.
Are you going to kill him?
Of course. But first, I will make him pay for hurting Ivan.
Yeah, jeez. Ow, ow. Fuck. Ugh. Ugh. Ow. Ugh. That is gnarly. He just gets his ass kicked. Ugh. It always sucks getting to this part of the game just because you really don't like watching Snake go through all this. Yikes. Ugh.
Tell me,
Stop it!
who have you been talking to?
He doesn't know what you're talking about.
You'd better start talking.
Please, stop this!
Who is Khrushchev's lapdog?
How can you do this to him?
I know you gave the data to someone.
Never did
You!
Ugh. So fucked up.
Guess he's dead. Now then, I hope you prove more entertaining than he was. the Shagohod? Or Sokolov? Or maybe it's the Legacy? Answer me. Who is helping you? Who let you in here? You're a tough one. But even you must have your limits. I am a patient man.
But are you?
Here's where the fun really begins. My body carries an electric charge of 10 million volts. Let's
I
see
don't
how
know
you
the
like
fuck
this.
you can pull that off. Ow.
Now answer me. How much does the CIA know?
And even
They're after
Ocelot
my
can't
legacy,
watch.
aren't they? Your real target is the Philosopher's Legacy, isn't it? Yes, yes. Let yourself go. That's what I want to see.
It's no use. He's not going to talk. He's been trained not to break. Trained by me.
Admit it. We're after the location of the Legacy. The secret fund established by the three great powers during the two world wars.
Oh,
That's what you're
man.
looking for, isn't it? $100 billion divided up and hidden all over the world. And you're looking for a record of where all that money is hidden, right? No matter. Philosopher's Legacy is safely in my possession, in the underground vault of Groznygrad. You'll never live on it. What's this? A transmitter. Who's responsible for this?
I am. I planted it on him to keep track of his movements.
Why?
So the Cobras could ambush him.
If they
I mean,
knew
that
where he
does
was gonna
make
be,
sense.
they wouldn't have gotten themselves slaughtered. It pains me to do this, boss, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I must ask you to show me some proof that you and he were not in collusion.
You don't trust me. Is that it?
Not that, but he is your apprentice.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Cut out his eyes.
Oof.
I don't like those blue eyes of his. There's nothing more important to a soldier than his eyes. You made him a soldier, and now you will unmake him. Yes, it'll make for a touching display.
Ugh.
He's all yours. Do it!
Okay, my controller's done being charged. now.
Ruin him, just as he did the Cobras.
Whew.
Tatiana, you're the spy.
What are you talking about?
I know that smell.
Stop it!
Taking a fancy to her, eh, Ocelot?
No, I have no interest in this woman. I want to test her. I'll let this be the judge.
Do as you like.
Here we go.
That fucking. Oh, that's gnarly.
There. Satisfied now?
Well, that was refreshing. Come, we're going to my room.
So you survived the Colonel's torture, eh? Watching this has made me realize something. It's really not that bad. It's the ultimate form of expression. You got lucky this time, Tatiana.
$144.75.
I've prepared an escape route for us. Go out and head west. Pass underneath the connecting passageway and go north. You'll find an open manhole there.
You're...
Quiet! Go through the manhole down into the sewers. The door at the north end of the sewers is unlocked. You can use it to get outside the fortress. I've got your equipment. We'll meet up later.
Eva...
But I can't get too close to your cell. You'll have to figure a way out of there yourself. I'll be in touch. good enough.
But they took all my weapons and equipment from me.
Well, you've still got your radio and medical items with you.
Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
Perhaps Volgin is not finished with you just yet.
Yeah, well, I'm not finished with him yet either.
Snake, you've got to escape from that cell somehow. There must be a way. Use your head.
Snake, your right eye. The cornea and the lens are severely damaged, and the eyeball is ruptured. So,
So I can't heal it, even in the survival viewer.
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Snake. I wish there was something I could do.
Don't worry about it. I can still fight.
I don't doubt you. But don't do anything crazy, okay? From here on, it's going to be difficult to see out of your right eye. Attacking in first-person view will feel a little different from before. Be careful.
Snake, what do you have in your hand?
Fork. Why?
A fork? What'd you do with your knife? It ain't dinner time yet.
Sigint, you have to think bigger than that. A fork's good for more than just eating dinner.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
It's a weapon.
A weapon?
Yeah, I can use it with the weapon button the same way I use the survival knife. Of course, it's not going to be much use for CQC. This mission is all about procuring on site. I have to use whatever limited equipment I can find, any way I can to achieve my objective. So I have to make the
That's
most
fair.
out of every item by adapting them to different situations. Take this fork, for instance. At first glance, it looks useless, but it can be an effective weapon if used the right way. You have to learn to think flexibly and see all the different possibilities.
Think flexibly, huh? Thanks for the advice, man.
No problem. And the best part is, if I use this to spear a snack, I can eat it right there without having to put it in my backpack first.
I knew it. You are using it to eat.
Snake, I wanted to ask you something.
What?
In the torture room, why did you protect me when Ocelot was about to fire?
Because I knew that the chamber wasn't empty, and you'd be dead if he pulled the trigger.
But your eye.
I was tied up, and it happened so fast. It was the best I could do. I feel a little strange, but it won't interfere with the mission.
What about me?
Huh?
Did you only save me because I was important for completing your mission?
What other reason would there be?
And when the mission is over?
Right now, it's just the mission.
The mission you used to love?
That's not what I mean.
Ready to save, Snake? Snake? Snake?
My mouth hurts when I talk.
Did you get cut up?
Feels like someone shoved me under a lawnmower. Do me a favor. Tell me a story to take my mind off the pain.
Snake, have you ever heard of Renfield?
Is that a movie?
It's the name of a character. He's locked up in a cell waiting for the master to return, eating the spiders that crawl along the walls.
Change the
Ew.
channel.
He waits and waits for ages. Finally, just as he's beginning to forget whether he's human or not, the master comes for him, saying the time has come. Renfield is overjoyed.
Wait, isn't this...
The master spreads his huge wings, and a gust of wind fills the cell.
Come on, I don't want to hear this.
And there, standing before Renfield in human form was...
Dracula!
Exactly! If you stay there too long, your old buddy Dracula's going to come and get you too. So you better start thinking of a way out of there. You better not leave me without someone to talk to. Please, Snake, think. There's got to be a way out of there.
I'll try.
Okay. Just let me know if you start having nightmares about Dracula.
Okay. So 144.75 was, I believe, what the Sorrow had pointed out to me there. Thanks, Sorrow. I actually appreciate it, bro. See if there was anything I want to make use of. Oh, whatever. Just trying to anything I can make use of aside from the fork. Well, that helps. Is that it, though? Alright. Well, enjoy that. Come on, I'm just trying to hit the fucking frog, though. Damn it. Really? Can't just take his gun from him, though. Just saying that would be a very thoughtful idea to take away guns from them to where they end up only being able to defend themselves with other means. Oh, at least I have this to make use of. fuck? I wasn't trying to do that. Oh boy. I imagine also it being remade will help in trying to streamline the maps, as that alone would be such a help. It's not even funny. What's this? Cardboard box C. Okay. Wow. Jeez. Sorry. That's the best I can do to try and do it non-lethally. Wow, fuckers. Stop it, fucker. Aha! So that spot was important. I just misremembered when I needed to make use of it. Ugh.
Snake, you're already in the sewers?
Eva, yeah, I just got down here. I'm coming to meet you now. The door at the north end is open, right?
Snake?
Let me guess. There's a problem.
Yeah.
What is it this time?
The Colonel found out you escaped.
He did, huh? Figured as much.
Yeah, and now all of Grozny Grad is on red alert.
Just my luck. But once I'm out of the fortress...
You can't get out.
I can't?
When the fortress went on red alert, they sealed off the sewers.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm serious. And that means the escape route I laid out is...
Sealed off, too.
Right. And they just sent a unit out looking for you.
Down here?
Uh-huh. They'll be there any minute now. You've got to get out quick.
But isn't the exit sealed off?
You should be able to get out by heading straight north. Book it, Snake. If they find you, you're dead.
Fuck. Whew. Definitely one of the best escape sequences in Metal Gear, though, with this game. Because it was also really good in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. It's even been pretty engaging since the original 2D Metal Gears, too. But this one, they definitely perfected this sequence in the storyline.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I bet you have, you cocky little shit.
Nobody interfere. This is where it ends.
Don't die on me yet.
Good boy. You know, I kind of wish that Ocelot was active in the storyline for Peace Walker. I'm kind of surprised that he wasn't a part of that story more. And he was saved for Phantom Pain. And sadly, he wasn't that engaging in Phantom Pain, honestly. Like, I was kind of hoping he would have been. Yep, this is where that part of the story starts. Or that boss fight against him.
Are you one of the Cobras?
Sad. So sad. A host of sorrows. And you are one of them. I am the sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness. This world is one of
He is
sadness.
definitely one of the more interesting characters in this series.
Sorrow. The living may not hear them. Their voices may fall upon deaf ears. But make no mistake, the dead are not silent. Now you will know the sorrow of those whose lives you have ended.
So basically, the whole thing is just about. This is about, like, all the people that I ended up killing. Basically, I'll be having certain people trying to make contact with me and essentially try and kill me by using all this stuff. If you make contact with any of them, then they end up starting to sap away your health and stamina. Wait, he's being shown like I killed him? And let's be real, I know for a fact I didn't kill him. I knocked him out, so what the hell? Jeez, it's such a creepy experience. Okay, I know for a fact that I actually fucking knocked your ass out, so what the fuck? So I guess maybe whether I actually knocked him out or not, they're still represented in this, huh? Wow, it doesn't seem like I actually killed that many people outside of the likes of bosses being represented here. Seems like there's not that many more that I actually did kill. So maybe I'm getting better at trying not to kill anyone in the playthrough. Because I used to not be able to handle the idea of trying to play the game without killing anyone. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, I knew the Fury was going to show up next. Aside from that, then, who else did I kill? Wow, I really didn't actually kill that many people. Okay. One of the trippiest experiences, though, in this game easily is that. Wow. That is so fucked up.
You want to finish your mission, don't you? Then you'll have to shoot me. The spirit of the warrior will always be with you. Don't be sad. We'll meet again someday.
Such a trippy experience.
Snake, are you all right? That was a close call.
What the hell happened to me?
You were halfway drowned at the bottom of the river. Almost crossed over to the other side.
Other side. So that really was Was there a man in the Cobra unit called the Sorrow?
Yes, I've heard of him. He was an uncanny soldier who fought alongside the boss.
What kind of man was he?
The Sorrow was a man with, well, special powers. He had ESP, which
Whew.
was the subject of extensive research in the Soviet Union at the time. He was especially gifted as a medium.
A medium?
Someone who can communicate with the spirit world and
Ooh.
evoke the spirits of the dead. In other words, he could talk to ghosts. They say he could find out what was going on in a battle by talking to dead soldiers.
What about him and the boss?
So
What was the
fucking
story between them?
just freaky.
I don't know the details. Why don't we ask Sigyn?
Yo, I finished checking up on this Sorrow guy a while ago. Thought you guys already knew, though.
Knew what?
That he's dead. He's been dead for 2 years now.
Died 2 years ago?
At Yarsk. You know, those cliffs you were at. And the boss is the one who did him in.
The boss?
Yep. 2 years ago, the boss was sent by the CIA on a secret mission to Yarsk. That's when she met the Sorrow, who'd gone back to the Soviet Union after the Cobras broke up at the end of the war. Except this time they were enemies.
And then what?
The boss killed the Sorrow herself and accomplished her mission. At least, that's what the records say.
So, he was never there in the first place. He just couldn't let go of the boss.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah, I'm fine. It looks like it's not time for me to die yet.
I sure hope not. Otherwise, the whole mission is shot. We're counting on you, pal.
Roger that. Eva?
Snake, you didn't call. I was worried. Are you all right?
Yeah, I took a pretty freaky detour.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Forget it. Let's just say I'm back.
Good. But how did you escape from the sewers?
I jumped into the river.
From all the way up there? You're out of control.
Yeah, I got carried away by the current and almost drowned.
Great. That's perfect.
What do you mean that's perfect?
I mean, if you ended up in the river, then I know a good spot nearby. Let's meet up there.
Where is it?
Keep going upstream until you get to a waterfall.
A waterfall, huh?
Right. Behind that waterfall, there's a cave. We'll meet in there.
The cave behind the waterfall upstream. Got it.
See you there.
Such a fucking trippy experience in this game, dude. Man. I mean, it was such a trippy experience even back then. One moment. Sorry about that. The dog needed to come in. Come on. Peanut, that's enough. Peanut, that's enough. There we go. Hopefully the dog will stay quiet now. So maybe I can pull off the whole not killing for a playthrough. It's just definitely not an easy thing to pull off. Because definitely using the trank guns are just so much harder to always knock someone out in comparison to just simply killing them. Wow. Genuinely, for PS2 quality, they did a good job with the jungle environments that they pulled off with this game, especially for late PS2. They really did a good job overall, I'd say. Especially when, man, just- I appreciate seeing in games them pulling off realism, somehow using the likes of, well, what's nowadays not really considered like the over the top most amazing realistic stuff, but at the time this was still pretty impressive. I mean, what is really hard to look at and enjoy quite the same way as the original Metal Gear Solid, to be fair. Especially when you can't get facial expressions and you just have to rely on the voice acting, which was definitely good for the time by all means, but I mean, still, it really would benefit the original game to get a remake. Part of me is finding it hard to want to actually do portable ops before MGS4, but
Nice to meet you, Snake. I'm Tatiana.
at the very same time, kind of just want to go straight on to Metal Gear Solid 4,
Here's your equipment.
especially when that's where most people went after this game.
So could you.
Not to mention, it gets freaking crazy in MGS4 with its story and everything. I also got Zone of the Enders, which I'm looking forward to checking out and seeing what Kojima did for his story there.
Want some?
No thanks.
Don't like snakes?
Not for dinner.
Yeah, but
Didn't you have to eat them at the KGB?
In my training, we always got the good stuff. French, Italian, that kind of thing.
A regular Mata Hari.
The least you could do is call me Cynthia.
Tell me something. How does it feel to spy on your own country?
Can't say it feels good, but it's my job.
Can't even eat a snake during a mission, huh?
I wouldn't mind eating you.
hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hey, babe.
When this mission's over, you'll have to treat me to a nice dinner.
What do you want to eat?
Let's see. How about
all the rage right now. Supposedly it's made from raw fish.
Raw fish. Just the place for my survival techniques.
No shit.
Snake? Thank you, Snake. I'll be your eyes from now on.
I won't lie though. I am interested in how they could have made more Metal Gear Solid games for some of the other side characters because of course we do want to see more about Snake himself, whether it's Big Boss specifically or the likes of his clones, but Raiden was still an engaging character to
Don't
where
worry about it.
I'm kind of
Are you
bummed
alright?
that we didn't get Metal Gear Solid Rising the way that it was
It's not like I
originally
can't
intended.
see. I've got one good eye and can still fire a gun.
Really? Good.
Besides, I want to say that it would have been interesting to see the build up to Metal Gear Solid 4 like that with Raiden.
Eva, didn't you steal some explosives out of the fortress?
C3, a highly potent explosive from the west. It can be molded into any shape, like clay. With just this much, you could blow up the Shagohod and the lab along with it.
Is that right?
Yeah, but there's a trick to using it.
Tell me about it.
Well, what do you think? The Shagohod's booster unit uses liquid fuel. The fuel tanks are in the main wing of the weapons lab in the hangar housing the Shagohod itself.
So I should blow up the tanks.
That's the basic idea. It should be enough to blow up the entire hangar. There are 4 fuel tanks. In order to destroy the hangar, you'll have to set explosives on each of those tanks.
All 4 of them?
It should be no sweat for you. Besides, the scientists have the day off today.
So the hangar's completely deserted.
Not quite. They've still got guards posted there.
So what do I do after I set the C3?
The bombs run off a timer. Once the timer has been set, the countdown will begin. When the timer reaches 0, the bombs will all go off at once.
How long do I have?
20 minutes. Once the Phase 2 trials are finished, I wouldn't be surprised if they kill all the scientists to prevent them from talking. So you've got to act fast.
I'll take care of it. Eva, did you get the data on the Shagohod from Sokolov?
Yeah, that's the mission I was given.
By Khrushchev?
Mm-hmm. America doesn't have any use for it, does it?
Huh.
But I haven't forgotten my other mission either. Helping you out. Follow this cave and go up the ladder at the end. You'll come out inside Groznygrad, just southwest of the weapons lab.
Alrighty.
Do you remember when you went to rescue Sokolov? Remember there was a locked door when you entered the main wing from the 2nd floor of the east wing?
Yeah.
That's the entrance to the Shagohod's hangar. Use this key to open that door.
The door right when I entered the main wing? Got it. What about you?
I'll get things ready for our escape. There's a rail bridge to the north. I'm gonna set a bomb there, so I'm taking half of the C3 with me.
Right. I'll set off the weapons lab then. Try not to be in the neighborhood when it happens.
Gotcha.
And watch out for Ocelot. He suspects you're not who you say you are.
Don't worry. The Colonel still trusts me.
Hmm.
And I have my ways. There's not a man alive who can resist my charms. Besides
Oh,
you,
boy.
of course.
Just warning you, Eva.
hits me so hard that it hurts. That pain keeps my mind off the pain of having to be someone else. It's not easy always fooling myself like this. It's only when I'm on the bike that I'm free to be the real me. I only get off my bike when I fall in love, fall dead.
What's your name?
Tatiana.
No. Your real name.
What's wrong with Tanya?
Okay, Tanya. Don't let anyone see you.
Oh, this? It's a button camera.
What did you do that for?
Insurance. To make sure they don't double cross me.
Hey,
What?
you're gonna get wet again.
Let's get shit back to how good it used to be. Alrighty. Oh. Battery rechargers. Sweet. Cardboard box B. What's the difference between B and C? Slab hanger. to do that. Just seeing how I can still use it, like the binoculars, if I need to. Let's do this shit. Jeez, how many of these guys?
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Jeez, I suck sometimes. Just wish that you did have at least a third person aiming in all the versions. It's why it's worthwhile actually going out of your way to emulate it, probably, and to try and make the game run better, the 3DS version. I mean, they are already even doing some crazy stuff with emulation for DS even. And while DS isn't as impressive to pull off, obviously, it is still quite the thing they are pulling off with DS emulation for certain things like Melon Mix. That, for being a Kingdom Hearts fan who honestly was really hoping they were actually going to just give us 358 over 2 days on consoles properly, and then finding out that it was just cutscenes, it was a bummer. Like, a genuinely big bummer. Because the game is just... it's so much more fun uh, being able to finally play that like it would have been played on consoles, down to having split screen, something that really I was honest to God expecting them to pull off with the likes of the melon mix thing, being able to pull that off. I thought it was something that they were going to give us for the first Kingdom Hearts HD collection. And then I find out, they're just giving us cutscenes. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Why? And, then we end up getting freaking... Then we end up getting at least, the likes of Birth by Sleep on consoles, which is great and all, but despite how awesome it is to have it on consoles, I was genuinely very much not expecting the lack of the lack of multiplayer. Like, if you guys were gonna actually be willing to give the likes of the game on the consoles at all, then why? Why actively try to go, how about fuck the ability to play multiplayer? It just felt like definitely them being lazy because they didn't want to give the likes of split screen or the likes of multiplayer where they would have to only give us access to it via, you know, servers. Freaking funny, knocking them down like that. Okay. Just so that I can freaking get them off my back. Hit that. And what was I trying to say? Specifically, it's very much a bummer because when I was a PlayStation kid during the PS3 generation as well, I was all types of pumped that, hey, the online isn't being fucking charged for. And I thought PlayStation Network on PlayStation 3 was more than doable. Like, I never felt like it was genuinely something you needed to pay for in order to have good internet for the likes of gaming. If anything, at most, you just need to make sure you got a good internet provider, and you're better off trying to make sure that it is through Ethernet as well. As long as you got that, you're pretty much fine. I mean, Call of Duty was perfectly fine on PS3. Battlefield was perfectly fine on PS3. Even the exclusive games. Like, I played a lot of Warhawk back on PS3. That was one of my favorite multiplayer experiences that was exclusive on the system, easily. And I wish I could have experienced some of the other exclusive online games as well, like Twisted Metal, the MotorStorm series as well. I did, however, experience the online co-op for Mercenaries 2 World in Flames, which was also a great time. I thought, yeah, there may have been some times where I'd get disconnected from who I'm playing co-op with, but it would just be as simple as just reconnecting and we're back on. And that game co-op was one of the most fun experiences ever in that generation, to where I never really cared much for Grand Theft Auto in comparison to Mercenaries. I thought Mercenaries was far more engaging due to the variety of weapons and vehicles that you got to use being just far more grandiose. And also that fucking that ad for Mercenaries 2 that stuck in your head forever with the whole freaking song. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, you didn't. Like, that was, it was genuinely a great experience, I thought. And I'd say it stands good beside the original Mercenaries as well. It's very frustrating that the majority of console gaming requires specifically going out of our way to have subscriptions to play online. I mean, with the likes of Nintendo, we used to, during the Wii era and beyond, buy individual classic games. And that was also something that was great on PlayStation as well. I was so happy being able to buy digital copies of PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games. Not to mention, depending on the PlayStation 3 model, you could play PlayStation 2 games, but all models could also play PlayStation 1 games. And being real, the PlayStation 4 had no reason to not still include PlayStation 1 backwards compatibility, for example, because PlayStation 1 emulation is so nailed that you could not only insert any PlayStation 1 game into the PlayStation 3 and play it no problem, unless it's something that, for example, needs like a light gun, maybe. But aside from that, like, you could play pretty much every PlayStation 1 game on the PlayStation 3 without any issue. And even emulation on PC as well as other platforms has utilized disk drives to where you can just insert a disc for an old PS1 game and just play a PS1 game physically. And that's part of what makes emulation not technically illegal, because you can still use your own copies, obviously. And it's stuff like that that it just feels like they really are holding out on us nowadays more than anything else. Yeah, the games tend to look nicer and that's cool and everything, but when a game looks nicer but is expecting us to pay for cheats, to essentially also have so much of the content of a game held back for DLC and season passes and microtransactions, it's just, it's ridiculous. gaming has become so greedy that the fun from most modern games just isn't there. Like, I was at least glad that Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't feel like a ripoff, especially when I am someone who was very disappointed in Final Fantasy 15. I was glad that at least Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't feel like it was going to rip us off like Final Fantasy 15 did and hold off tons and tons of story. At most, the Remind DLC felt like Kingdom Hearts 3's version of getting a final mix, which, you know, I would rather them also do a DLC upgrade like that too, and it did feel like new content at least. So Kingdom Hearts 3 as a whole was a better experience, a better new generation experience. And at least with Spider-Man on PS4, while I'm not pleased with Mary Jane Watson and how they have written her character as someone who is a huge, huge Marvel fan and especially a huge Spider-Man fan, it's a real shame because Disney really just saps out all the appeal that Marvel has in the modern day because it used to be so much more engaging. Like what I'd be more invested in is, for example, I would be willing to have had a third Amazing Spider-Man movie. Granted, I wasn't exactly pleased with them, especially because I preferred Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, bottom line. But I saw the genuine passion that Andrew Garfield had in his portrayal of the character, and I have no personal beef with the guy. I thought he gave the character plenty of respect, and I appreciated that about him in the role. And definitely I respect his version of Spider-Man more than Tom Holland's when Tom Holland is talking up wanting to play a bisexual Spider-Man on screen and shit like that, which just absolutely disgusts me and creeps me out and makes me wonder if he's a fucking kid creeper himself for like talking that shit up like it's no fucking big deal. When let's be fucking real here, it is more than a big deal. It is a huge deal. Kids need to be fucking protected, man. Like at most, I could kind of accept how gnarly some of the comics could get. And I also at least accepted the likes of Spider-Man, the new animated series, the MTV CGI show. That thing was actually not half bad, and Neil Patrick Harris ended up being probably one of the best Spider-Man voice actors we've had, period. Like, he did a really good job in that role as a whole. And, you know, you also got some very surprising portrayals like Rob Zombie playing the Lizard, which was badass as fuck, actually. And also Michael Clark Duncan's Kingpin being reprised in that show was cool too. For sure, though, it still does feel a little bit awkward that it's still a franchise aimed at kids that has like sexual themes in it at times, which definitely is a little bit awkward. But granted, I'm at least a little bit more accepting of it since it also was aired on MTV and not, you know, Fox Kids. Because that would have been far more awkward if I had any way to word that. I also just preferred X-Men when it was starting out as a movie series more than how it ended up in later entries sometimes. Although there are still a lot of the newer entries that are still very engaging, but like I can't really say I was engaged in X-Men Apocalypse or Dark Phoenix. But just about every other X-Men movie, I'd say yes, I genuinely loved. Like, I even think people were sometimes, I say sometimes because I do understand some of the criticisms, that people were sometimes, however, a little bit too critical of X-Men Origins Wolverine. If only because, at most, definitely, they needed to do a lot more work with the special effects, especially with how much better the claws were ended up looking in the other movies beforehand. And aside from that, though, I generally liked everyone who was casted. And this might be a hot take that some people will freak out over, but I wasn't that bummed about the whole Deadpool thing, but granted, that was because that was my introduction to Deadpool's character. And in a realistic sense, I was just seeing this guy who was using Deadpool go, yeah, you're not to be my friend here, so you're gonna get your mouth sewn shut and fucking like being my bitch here. And him coming back after that would have been fun, I thought. And outside of that, also the rendition of Sabretooth's character in that movie was, I'd say, probably the best that he was handled in the X-Men movies, you know? I mean, in reality, though, I would have been more engaged in, let's say, if we got to see another X-Men movie that continued the original cast after Days of Future Past happened. So we got something that maybe was more along the timeline of being after Days of Future Past's ending and before Logan happens. To get a bit more of a last hurrah for the original cast that honestly was really good. Like, I actually preferred even how Mystique was handled in the likes of the original X-Men trilogy, in comparison to how she was handled in the likes of the First Class movies. Yeah, not as not as engaging, I'd say, personally speaking. Sure, though, I also kind of wished we had more games, specifically like while people hated X-Men Origins, the game for it is something that anyone who has played it will tell you was amazingly fun. And it's more of a bummer that we never actually got more than just that game for Wolverine, because that would have been amazing to have a sequel to, easily. Especially if, let's say, it was like a still a tie-in game, but let's say a tie-in game for the Wolverine. So it takes place in Japan, for example, and we're seeing flashbacks to Wolverine during that time in World War II where he was protecting that one guy from getting bombed, and also modern Japan where he is actively facing off against the Silver Samurai's men. it would have been a definitely an engaging game for sure. I guess I just I miss the quality of older games because the newer games are usually just going to be very, very, very much ripoffs. I mean, I can't really even say that I'm fully interested enough in modern Star Wars stories to completely be open to what Jedi Fallen Order could give me for a good game still. As I did buy it for like $20 brand new. I thought that was reasonable enough. And I have at least heard that it doesn't have microtransactions and all that, so I knew that I wouldn't have to deal with that so much, but it's more about simply just not being interested in what Disney's doing with Star Wars, with Star Wars storylines. I mean, if they were really smart, like, yes, obviously, it wasn't perfect. The expanded universe that we had prior to Disney's purchase, but if they were smart, they would have immediately just adapted everything that was some of the most popular stories in live action, and through adapting it in live action like that, we'd end up getting, let's say, uh, The Force Unleashed in live action as either a show or a movie, which could have happened since the voice actor for Starkiller, he also still voices the likes of Darth Maul in the Clone Wars show and also Rebels, and he also looks like Starkiller in real life, so he would have been able to reprise the role in live action no problem. And I thought that Starkiller was an alright character overall. I also think that people were a little harsh towards the sequel, even though I understood that it was a little bit confusing trying to follow the story, as it wasn't so much that Starkiller was a clone in that game, but that it was about trying to emotionally and mentally manipulate Starkiller into being his tool again. That was Vader's plan. And he was using the lie of "you're just a clone" to try and get him to submit, to not really care about actually fighting, about actually, you know, fighting for the Jedi, for the light. So it's more of a story where he's getting very much mentally messed with is all. And I thought it was still a very engaging plot, um, to where I really wouldn't have minded a third Force Unleashed game too. I know it would have been a lot more engaging than the likes of EA rebooting Battlefront and the shit that they did. Ugh. I can't even fucking stand that shit. And it started people finally wanting to put their foot down, go and fuck this microtransaction bullshit. It's getting old. Like, we would have been so much better off with, let's say, a sequel to Battlefront 2, the original Battlefront 2, the one that everyone loves and loves for good reason. Maybe I can put on the uniform again. Get people to think that I'm... Who's that? Hello? Did you just see?
Lost the enemy. He must be hiding nearby. Hunt him down. No one here after all.
Sneaking uniform. No.
Who's there?
I was going with this. I know that these suppressors are going to be useful on that way to still deal with other boss fights. And I know that the last real boss fight is quite a whole fucking thing to go up against. Excuse me. Maintenance. I don't think I ever unlocked that before. Ah, another disguise. Okay, cool. I actually never even knew about that one. That's cool to have found out. Okay.
Snake, I see you've managed to sneak into the hangar.
Yeah, the Shagahod's in here.
The completed Phase 2 Shagahod represents a grave threat to the West. We can't allow it to be mass-produced. You've got to destroy it.
Eva's got the data on the Shagahod. Do you think that's safe?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it's safe, but Khrushchev is a shrewd leader. I can't imagine he'd use it for anything other than deterrence. Volgin, however, is a different story. He's planning to use the Shagahod to turn the Cold War into a blazing hot one. We can't let him have it.
Agreed.
That leaves just one more mission for you to carry out.
The boss.
Exactly. For now, just focus on destroying the Shagahod.
Yes, sir.
I'll let Sigint fill you in on how to destroy it.
Yo, like Eva was saying, if you're looking to blow the whole place sky high, the best way is to take out those liquid fuel tanks with the C3. You know there's 4 tanks in there, right? You have to put C3 on all 4 of them. To plant a C3 charge, all you gotta do is equip the C3 and press the weapon button while standing in front of a tank.
Just like TNT.
But make sure you don't plant it in the wrong place. You barely got enough C3 as it is, right?
Good point. I'll make sure not to plant it anywhere else.
Good, man. And be careful. Liquid fuel has a nasty habit of going off at the slightest shock. So don't go using any heavy firepower near the tanks unless you're aiming to get yourself barbecued.
I'll keep that in mind.
The C3 charges all have to go off at once if you want to bring down the hangar in one fell swoop. So if I were you, I'd wait until after you plant the last charge to start the timer mechanism.
All right. I'll make sure I finish planting all 4 charges before I start the timer.
Once the timer's set, you've got 20 minutes until it explodes, right? So make sure you get your ass out of that place by then. I think that's about all I've got. The rest is up to you. Good luck, pal.
We're counting on you, Snake.
Okay. So if I go out of my way to try and there. Just sucks that without I wish the freaking Moss and Nagin had a suppressor, because that would be so helpful. It's not even funny. Shit. What the hell? Seriously, where the hell is the gunfire coming from? Because I'm like... Oh, there it is, douchebag. Go to sleep, please. Fucker. Almost gonna have a. I'm just about to have a full fucking set of health finally.
Snake?
Eva.
I finished planting the bomb on the rail bridge. If we get rid of the bridge, the enemy won't be able to follow us. That should at least buy us some time. I've also set up the escape route.
How are things going on your end?
I just finished planting the second charge. Give me a little more time.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the bridge.
There we go.
Got you this time.
Let's do this shit.
Major, I finished planting the seed
worry, Snake. Is Eva taking care of the escape route?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
she can handle it.
All right then, well hurry up and get out of there.
Snake!
Why'd you come back?
Uh, thanks, Sorrow.
This woman was found snooping around my underground vault. When she was captured, look what we found on her. The philosopher's legacy.
Oh boy.
This microfilm contains all the information regarding the legacy. You might say that
Yeah.
this film itself is
Thanks for the pressure,
philosopher's
Sorrow.
legacy.
It was the smell that gave her away. No, not the perfume. It was gasoline. Motorcycle gasoline. She reeked of it.
To think that lovely Tatiana was a spy. We found this radio along with her too. Such a fine woman she was. It almost pains me to have to kill her. Yes, she was an obedient one. She was my precious little pet. Isn't that right? What was that? Do you have something to say to me?
Go to hell.
You dirty whore. I've had enough kisses from you.
Ugh. This guy's such a pile of shit.
I should have known. Sokolov wasn't man enough to have a lover.
I mean, I appreciate you letting me keep track,
Just
but
like
bro,
the
it's also
KGB sends something
working me
simple,
up.
yet so deadly.
What is the philosopher's legacy?
Very well. I'll explain it before I kill you. During the last Great War, the most powerful men in America, China, and the Soviet Union had a secret pact. The pact was a blueprint for defeating the Axis powers and creating a new world order. To
This is
secure
basically
victory
the
in
start
war,
of the
free
Illuminati in
countries
this
pooled their
timeline.
resources, conduct the most covert types of operations and research.
And
The atomic bomb,
it's not
rocket
just
technology, the Cobra unit,
the likes of the United States. This is
and they
also
amassed an enormous sum of
Russia,
money to fund these
China,
projects,
all these other
enough to fight
countries
the war
included in
5
this.
times over.
because there is
And
something
wealth
far
is the
more
philosopher's
evil,
legacy.
far deeper
After the war
going
was
on
won,
in the world
three countries were to divide the philosopher's
that
legacy amongst
people
themselves.
are afraid to
This
accept
explains why
as
the United States
reality,
and the Soviet Union were able to steal away
thanks
the
to the
best
Holy
scientific
Bible.
minds in Germany as soon as the war ended.
We are
But our
dealing
great
with
motherland
fallen
has far
angels and
surpassed its
demons in the
pathetic
world,
rivals.
and
We possess enormous
Jesus
wealth,
Christ is
most
the
advanced
only
technology,
way to actually
and
fight
overwhelming
back
power,
against them,
assets fitting
and
of our great
effectively
country.
and efficiently.
My father
And I
was one of
trust
the men in
Jesus
charge
myself.
of managing the philosopher's legacy.
These
The confusion that ensued after the war
types
ended,
of
we devised a
cults
series of ingenious
are
plots to ensure that the Soviet
being
Union would have
ran
total
by
control over the
the
legacy.
fallen angels.
Money was divided up, laundered
And
through banks all over the world.
I mean,
Switzerland, Australia, Hong Kong.
this whole
This
explanation about how
microfilm
they
contains a record of all those
built a
transactions.
bunch of money in the background of all the different world
After my father's
economies
death, I learned of this
says a
secret,
lot.
obtained the microfilm. With this money and the support of Brezhnev and his allies, I built this fortress of Groznygrad and Granin's research facility. But that worthless fool Granin failed to produce results. I was forced to turn to Khrushchev's dog Sokolov and his invention, the Shagohod. My position in GRU made it too troublesome to attack Sokolov's facility directly. But the spy network established by the secret pact still existed. I used it to contact the boss and suggested that she defect. The boss was conniving enough to see things my way. The world was once one. The conflict between the philosophers has torn it in two.
The world
We will
used to be
use the
won by a
legacy
bunch
to
of
heal
fucking
that rift,
conniving
make the world whole
piles in
again.
the background.
To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring
And you
order
should
to the
also
world.
take note of the fact that every time
That
in these
trump card was
stories,
to be the
we have
Shagohod,
something
the
like a New World Order with something that would probably represent the Antichrist in these stories. This background evil
I have lost the Cobras, but I still have the Shagohod and the legacy.
is still being
There
pointed
is
to.
nothing America can do to stop
It's
us.
crazy, man.
Boss, take this someplace safe.
I would have loved
Take good care of it.
a Metal Gear Solid game, though, playing as the boss. Especially because we would have probably
wouldn't come
seen
waltzing back
it
in here unless you had a
focused
reason.
on World War II
The
of all
C3's been
times.
stolen.
That alone would
They must
be
be planning some sort of
so
sabotage.
awesome.
I'll go see if there are any surprises waiting for us. I'll dispose of her as well.
And if anything, that's the first sign there that she was actually loyal all along. I mean, damn. I'm just now noticing that.
Fight like a warrior, Volgin.
Oh boy.
But of course.
Clearly Ocelot was aware the whole time, too.
Let me face him. I've been waiting for this moment. Time to get even. No more judo and no more field strips.
Boy. No more judo, how? she's gonna actually try and face me now.
He's mine. You will stand right there and watch. Got it?
Please, Colonel, let me...
Silence! Huh?
Right, his power is trippy, dude. Oh boy. Yeah, no. This is not bad.
Sorry for the delay. Let's get started, shall we? This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Let's make it a good one.
Hogan has some trippy ass powers, man.
It's just you and me now. I'm gonna enjoy this. Snake!
See how to do this and even do it. Knocking him out.
Son of the boss! Let's see you dodge this one! Put away your gun.
Now I can't actually do this. Okay. Ow, fucker. Ow, fucker. And I almost got full health. Sweet. Aha! Yeah! Sweet!
Shoot him!
Fuck you.
Do you hear me? I said shoot him!
How about fuck you, Volgan?
Sorry, Colonel. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't?
I made a promise to the boss.
Hmm.
I
So
am
he
your
probably
commanding
did
officer.
know the whole time.
Are you questioning my authority?
Maybe he is, asshole.
Fight like a man, Vulcan.
Ooh.
Vulcan? Ocelot, find those bombs! Move it!
How about fuck you? I would have also found it interesting to have a game fully focused on Ocelot as well, since he's such
Ready
a
for some more
fucking interesting situation.
Time to die!
Okay. Ah, maybe I could use this against him. I mean, it's close to the end of the game anyways. I'm probably not going to use it on anyone else. So maybe I can use that stuff to help me knock him out the rest of the way. Okay, maybe not. Or maybe it can. Fuck! Damn it! Come on. Don't tell me though that I had to start over from the... Oh great, I do. That's fucking lovely.
What the? Judo.
freaking slamming. Damn it. And he was just about done, finally. Damn. Ow, I was trying to fucking... Come on. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Uniform Cold War. Damn. Okay. Huh. Doubt I care to ever freaking want to wear that, but maybe it has some specific thing to enjoy from it. But hey, though, I did it! Woo! Grounded. Damn, that's gnarly.
Eva, how did you?
The boss let me go.
The boss? Why?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we've got to get to the lake and escape.
We can't leave yet. I've still got one last job to do.
The boss is already at the lake.
Huh?
She's at the lake. She's waiting for me.
Waiting for me?
I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. I don't want you to fight her.
Oh,
But
man.
I've come to realize that there's a special relationship between you two.
I don't remember this part, honestly, usually.
Something I can't understand. Something that goes beyond a man and a woman. I envy you. Really, I do. But I guess I just can't understand it. She asked me to tell you something. I've never seen someone with such clear eyes. There. I said it. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Yep, this is where it gets fucking big. Fighting the fucking Shagahod. Oh boy.
We failed!
Not good.
Hold on tight!
There they are! They're over here!
So, get rid of the secret and just... it's time to just fucking use this shit.
Watch out! Up ahead!
exploded without a hitch.
Yeah, but the hangar is still intact.
The explosion was smaller than what we had hoped for because the fuel tanks didn't catch on fire.
Fuel tanks were definitely...
Remember how the enemy spotted the C3 while you were busy with Vulcan? They must have called in the EOD to remove the fuel from the tanks then. But still, the C3 alone should have been enough to take out the manufacturing line. That'll probably be the last one they'll ever make. You succeeded in preventing its mass production. Now you just have to do something about the one that Vulcan is riding in. It's all yours.
Come on.
I can't shake him.
The RPG can't put a dent in that armor.
Let's head for the rail bridge.
Bridge? I thought you rigged it with C3.
I did. We'll lure him onto the bridge.
Blow him up along with it. Good plan.
The bridge is on the other side of the runway. We'll have to cut through the middle of the base. You ready?
Step on it. If he catches up to us, we're done for.
Fuck.
Okay, here we go.
Of course. I forget that he actually gets in a fucking bike to go after you like this. Damn. Oh, man. Shit. Oh, fuck. I'm actually wondering if that was one of the unlockable guns in Metal Gear Solid 4 as well. Given the fact that I know you can unlock stuff like the Patriot and also guns from some of the older games too. The N sniper rifle is also still in Metal Gear Solid 4 as well. Huh. I actually saved your ass there. You're welcome. Ooh, boy. Okay. Wish there was a way to kind of manually reload, actually. That would be very useful as well. Aside from just equipping and unequipping your weapon. It's freaking ridiculous. Jeez, though. Talk about a real psycho when he doesn't even value his own men like that. And even Snake's looking back like, jeez. I don't quite remember it looking like freaking like it's damn near winter at this part, admittedly. What a gnarly psychopath, dude.
I've got a surprise for you. You won't be getting away this time.
Oh, lovely. I mean,
Son of a bitch!
thing is so ridiculously over the top badass in its own way. I mean, damn.
Snake, we've only got one chance. We'll lure him over towards the other side. When the Shadowheart is on the bridge, shoot the explosives. The bomb is planted on the strut of the bridge. Let's go. I planted 3 C3 charges. A little more to the right. Right. 2 more left. More to the left. More to the left. More to the left. Keep your aim steady. Keep your aim steady. It's here! Shoot! Hurry, Snake. Only one will never make it.
Oh, fuck. I just screwed that up. God damn it.
I planted 3 C3 charges. Up! Right! 2 more left. Shadowheart's not here yet. Only 1 more left. The Shadowheart's not here yet. Will we come closer? It's still too early. It's here!
Boom. Here we go. Shit. That does suck.
We did it!
It is kind of surprising that it didn't get major water damage from that, though, too. Now that I think about it.
Look!
Only having half of it left now.
I'm not finished yet!
Eva, you take care of the driving.
Yeah?
Yeah, I trust you. On one condition, though, leave the fighting to me.
You got it. I was getting tired of running away anyway.
Eva, let's do it.
It's so awkward, making sure you don't press R2 instead of R1 when it asks for it. Let me see if, I don't quite remember how to beat this
The
son of a
machine gun
bitch.
on that thing is deadly, but you can force him to break off his attack by firing the RPG-7 at the body of the Shagohod. If he starts strafing you with the machine gun, pump a rocket into the Shagohod before you get turned into Swiss cheese.
Right, there we go, that's how we do it. Easy though, just random. Go. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm fighting him with Ian's rifle, I think, in order to still take him down non-lethally.
Did we beat
hits, but damn. Keep trying to make the damn thing move. It's ridiculous.
I'm gonna lure it back here.
You're gonna use yourself as bait? Are you insane?
I'm used to this guy. I know how to handle him. Come on, you blockhead!
What have you done? The trick!
I'm just trying to fucking fire at this douche.
What have you done? Burn in hell! You're wasting your ammo!
Why? I'm trying to remember how that trying to remember what the hell they do here.
Don't try to shoot at Bogan from the front. He'll just deflect it with that electromagnetic field of his. Get around behind or to the side of the Shagohod and shoot at Bogan from there.
Okay.
I'll grind you into dust! I'll grind you into dust!
Wow. That's gonna help a lot, actually. Just kind of need that right now.
Here, use this.
ridiculous, though, how freaking long it takes to actually get behind him.
I'll grind you into dust.
There we go. Now I got a fucking hit on this douche.
I'll grind you into dust. I'll grind you into dust.
Where's that next drop actually left? Still helpful, for sure.
I'll grind you into dust. I'll grind you into dust. The treads. I'll grind. Damn.
What the fuck? Ugh.
I'll grind you into dust.
Please, Eva, help me.
I can't move.
Thank you.
Open fire. Damn it. What have you done?
There we go. Yeah. Whew. I did it. Seriously, though. These fights get far more engaging, too, when you are trying to take them down non-lethally. Especially when you also get some pretty cool unlocks for doing so.
Who's afraid of a little thunder?
Apparently you should be, dude. It is ironic, honest to God. Maybe it is God going, nah, no. You're not gonna get to do what you want. You need to be stopped here now, so you're being stopped here now? No. I mean, I can see why, man, on fire, wasn't on fire. But, really didn't end up being that interesting in, Metal Gear Solid 2, or, I mean, 5. Metal Gear Solid 5. Boy. Well, hey, you got some fireworks going on. Woo!
No time for this now. The escape craft is just up ahead. Let's get going.
Won't really need that anymore. Just now thinking, though. Throwing out stun grenades probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll use that in case. Okay, that was a good idea.
Not bad.
There they are! Don't let them get away!
bad at all. Whew, man. Finally in the real last stretch.
Don't start celebrating yet. We're leaking fuel.
Damn it. Tank shot up. Crap.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I guess this is what happens when Eva's cocky.
Eva!
I'm over here. Snake. How's it look?
Pretty bad.
Not a sensitive bone in your body.
Eva,
What about you, Snake?
I'm fine.
That's good to hear.
We have to get away from here, Eva. Let's go.
Leave me.
Eva!
The boss is waiting for you. You have to go. Give me a gun.
No, we're getting out of here.
We're still far away from the lake. I'll never make it.
I can't believe this. I never thought I'd see you act this weak.
What do you mean?
Listen to me, Eva. We're doing this together.
No, you...
Eva, I need you.
Say that one more time.
I need you. I can't fly the wig by myself.
It's a bummer that they didn't get to see each other one last time in MGS4. Especially with everything that went down.
All right, then. I guess I'd better help you out.
It would have probably been important if they actually got to see each other one last time. She ended up dying in freaking France in that one chapter of MGS4.
You're lucky to have me. No.
Snake, can you hear me?
Paramedic, thank God. Eva's been seriously hurt.
So have you.
Luckily, I think her organs are all intact, but
Calm down, Snake.
calm down.
You'll both be fine as long as you get the proper emergency treatment. But you're the only one who can do this. Understand? So you've got to calm down.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now let's open up the survival viewer and treat the injury. Do you have supplies with you?
I'm running kind of short.
Then by switching the survival viewer over to Eva, you can treat her wounds too. Now get to work. Oh, and Snake, I'm pretty sure you know this already. But if you don't have enough supplies for the both of you, your wounds come first.
Huh?
Do you get my meaning, Snake? You've still got a mission to complete.
Yeah. I know what I have to do.
Snake?
Like this. different from the Mauser. When you're using a two-hand grip, you have to be careful where you put your hands or your fingers will get burned by the exhaust gas from the cylinder gap.
Okay, let's also let Eva
Let me have some more.
have You're welcome. Since I have both me and Eva to try and keep alive, I'm gonna want to make sure I got a good amount of food for both of us. At least her health is getting better too. So if I just give her at least enough time to heal health-wise, should be alright.
This tastes like crap.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yuck.
I'm sorry, but thank you for eating it. I mean, I don't even freaking want to have anything to do with mushrooms myself either. So, I definitely understand. Excuse me. Come on, Eva. And hey, I got full health now. Booyah. Sweet, okay. Doing good, Eva. Come on. Okay, let's continue. Need to help her
So good.
to seriously. Let's keep going. Let's open. Good thing she has full health now. Oh. Great. Just not familiar with this map the same way. not exactly a fun gameplay section per se, having to help Eva through, but it's definitely a good story moment. Come on, fucker. No, fucker. Fucker. Damn it. I understand, but come over here and I'll feed you, okay?
I'm so hungry. What did you give me? Oh, I'm gonna puke. Can I have seconds?
Come on. Fuck. Fucker. Yeah, okay. That was about where I thought it was gonna be. Man. Good. Cause I'm sick of doing this already. Yep, about time I finally go against the final boss fight.
Come on, Snake.
At least the final real one.
We made it.
We made it.
Over there. It's the boss, isn't it? I'll go get the rig ready to take off.
Right.
I'll leave you two alone. But come back in one piece, okay? Promise me.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Life is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss. Why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart. The Cobras, my comrades who trained and fought alongside me, were torn apart as well. The foibles of politics and the march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yesterday's
wrong.
ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together. Now, Consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century. Somehow I doubt it. Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages, and we soldiers are forced to play along. I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends.
Oh shit, though.
So then what is an enemy? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy?
Well,
There
there
no
is
such
actually.
thing, and never has been. And the
That is
reason
where
is
you
that
are
our
wrong,
enemies are human
for sure.
beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. It was November 1st, 1951. I was in the Nevada desert participating in atomic testing.
Damn.
The name Nevada is derived from Spanish, covered in snow, white as snow. And snow is exactly what I saw in that Nevada desert. It froze my blood white. Snake, you were an atomic test subject, weren't you? On Bikini Atoll. That's part of the reason I was drawn to you. You and I are alike. We're both slowly being eaten away by the karma of others. We'll never have the chance to die peacefully of old age. We have no tomorrow. But we can still have hope for the future. In 1960, I saw a vision of the ideal future from space. 3 years earlier, the Soviet Union had succeeded in launching Sputnik, the first man-made satellite in history, into orbit. This came as a huge shock to the United States. In response, America threw everything it had into its own manned spaceflight project, the Mercury program. Even as the Soviets seemed poised to send their first man into space, America was still experimenting with chimpanzees and rockets. The government wanted human data, so they secretly decided to send a human being into space. I was the one they chose. At the time, they didn't have the technology to block out cosmic rays, and whoever they sent up would inevitably be exposed to heavy radiation. That's why they chose me. After all, I'd already been irradiated once. Of course, you won't find any of this in the history books. I could see the planet as it appeared from space. That's when it finally hit me. Space exploration is nothing but another game in the power struggle between the US and the USSR. Politics, economics, the arms race, they're all just arenas for meaningless competition. I'm sure you can see that, but the Earth itself has no boundaries. No East, no West, no Cold War. And the irony of it is, the United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth. A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see. But reality continued to betray me. In 1961, I was sent to Cuba, to Bahia de Cochinos. It was part of a CIA-sponsored invasion under the guise of taking Cuban exiles back to their country. But the U.S. government betrayed them. Our weak-kneed president held back their air support. Defenseless, the exiles were annihilated by the Cuban army. All I could do was watch in silence. I was set up by the very country I'd sacrificed so much for, by the very government I dedicated my life to defending. I was driven from the surface world, and I went underground. Then, 2 years ago, I faced the sorrow, my old comrade in battle. He was my friend. But one of us had to die. I was left with no choice. The sorrow gave his life for me. There is no enmity between us. One must live, and one must die. That was the mission. The ones who gave me that mission were the philosophers.
Boy.
Early in the 20th century, the true holders of power in the United States, the Republic of China, and the newly formed Soviet Union gathered together in a secret meeting that would later be known as the Wiseman's Committee. The secret pact they formed there marked the beginning of the philosophers. But the last of the original members died in the 1930s. After that, the organization began to run out of control, and the Wiseman's Committee degenerated into a mere shell of its former self. The philosophers of today have no sense of good or evil. Their influence extends to countries and organizations involved in every aspect of every war. They have become war itself. That's how they operate. The
To be
sacrifices
real,
of
we
war
are
cause a
expecting
shift in the
sinful
times.
men and
The
women
shift leads to renewed conflict,
to be our
and in turn
leaders
triggers
instead
the
of
next
Jesus
war.
Christ.
Like a nuclear chain reaction, each conflict sparks countless others, forming an endless spiral that will continue on for eternity. Do you understand what I'm saying, Snake? By consuming me and you, the philosophers intend to keep that cycle going forever. It was my father who explained all of this to me. He was one of them. You see, I am the last remaining child of the philosophers.
Huh.
But after
I
he
forgot
revealed
that
the truth,
detail about
my
her.
father was killed by that same shapeless, nameless organization. And my father isn't the only thing the philosophers have taken from me. In June of 1944, the Cobras and I took part in the landing at Normandy. We'd been given a top-secret mission to locate and destroy enemy V-2 rocket installations. I was pregnant at the time. The sorrow was the father. I gave birth in the field
Man.
of battle. A beautiful
wow.
baby boy. But my child was snatched away from me by the philosophers.
So fucked up.
Look at this scar. This is proof that I was once a mother. I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake. I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me.
Fuck, man.
I feel content. Snake, commence the operation. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory,
She
no
did
defeat.
tell him,
The
actually,
survivor will carry on
exactly
the
what's
fight.
going on.
It is our destiny.
Ugh.
The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle.
No joke, though.
I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Miggs will come and bomb the hell out of this place. If you can beat me in less than 10 minutes, you'll be able to escape in time. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives, Jack.
Boss.
You're
This
a
is
soldier.
such a hard boss
Finish your
fight,
mission.
so I'm not sure how the hell
Prove
I'm
your
supposed to
loyalty.
pull this off.
Face me. Let's see what you're made of. Time to play rough. All these years and still nothing to show. Is that all?
Come on. Might as well just get rid of the freaking...
Get ready. Nice.
Oh, damn it.
Heads up. Where are you hiding? There he is. Let's see what you're made of.
Come on, no, 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 no. No.
Pathetic. Heads up, Snake.
Really? I'm just trying to find some more ammo. I need some more clearly.
Brace yourself.
Damn it.
Let's see what you're made of. Move or you're dead.
Come on. I need some ammo. Seriously though, I'm just wanting more ammo.
I found you. Here I come. Is that all? That's better. You better run.
Seriously, I'm starting to wonder where the hell I can even get more ammo in this fight. Okay. Wow.
Brace yourself. Five men. You've gotten strong. Let's see what you're made of.
Damn it. Okay. Well, I think I kind of have an idea of what to do
Let's see
now.
what you're made of. Time to play rough. All these years and still nothing. Where did you go?
Wow, I actually did it.
Where are you? Where did you go? Where are you?
It's so difficult trying to spot. At least rolling into this is a little bit more helpful.
You've got brace yourself.
I was trying to come over. Man. She is a good boss though to really fucking get the hang of. Okay, this is actually a little bit better to pull off than I thought it was going to be.
Where did you... Get ready! You better run.
Fucker. Yeah, I did it. Woo! Ugh. We actually beat her non-lethally too. Woo!
Take this. Keep it safe. It's our only hope.
Patriot. Why are you giving me this?
Jack. Or should I say, Snake. You're a wonderful man. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. There's only room for one boss and one snake.
Ugh. That's also so creepy how it does that. Ugh.
okay? Snake?
Yeah.
I told you you could trust me.
Definitely do like the idea of games for some of the other characters. Just because you have a lot of interesting stories you could tell, focused on Ocelot, for example,
Ocelot.
focused on
We're
Eva,
not done yet.
focused on even Raiden during the timeline between Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. This fucking cocky little bastard.
Too heavy!
Oh, oh, oh! Also, I gotta say, I do like the portrayal of young Ocelot by Troy Baker. At least if I'm recalling his name right, that's the voice actor who plays young Ocelot in this game and
Snake,
uh,
try to remember some of
the
these
sequels.
too soon.
Not good!
Ooh. Ooh.
I picked up a few new moves. Huh. It doesn't feel right to shoot an unarmed man. But I'll get over it. Eva!
Huh.
What do you say to one last showdown?
Yeah, all right.
should be the right one. At least that's what I've
What's
always
your name?
chosen.
Snake? No, not that name. You're not a snake, and I'm not an ocelot. We're men. Names. My name is Adamska. What's yours?
Adamska. Adam.
John. Very well, John. Plain name. But I won't forget it.
Meanwhile, you're named after the first human, the first man
Come on!
in history. So, if anything, Adam, that's quite a big detail there in this series, just saying. Oh. Huh.
It's a blank. Oh, that
Okay
was
then.
fun.
Interesting. Interesting. Huh. I never had the ending go that way, because usually I end up having the one with
John.
the bullet, and he ends up still leaving or whatever. Man, though.
We made it.
Yeah, sure did.
I always did love this game. Ever since I even played the original PS2 version, I genuinely have loved this game. And the 3DS version really is more than fine, I'd say. Especially if you had a Circle Pad Pro to make use of.
Oh no, Migs!
I remember this part of the ending.
There's no way out! What are we gonna do?
We've come too far to let them stop us now. Those things have got to be armed.
It's no use. There's no way we can outmaneuver them. They're gonna shoot us down. We were so close.
Weapon systems on.
Locked on target.
Huh. Okay, I remember this, yeah.
Return to base immediately. Bulk 19, do you copy? Understood. Aborting mission. RTB.
Look! The MiGs are turning back! Woo!
I am hoping that this remake really does go well, genuinely, because I really do want to not have microtransactions and all that crap.
Well done, Snake.
The MiG's disengaged.
Most likely under orders from Khrushchev.
Is this his way of helping us?
Who knows? Maybe he didn't want things to get messier than they already are. Or maybe he just wanted us to owe him one. The important thing is, you made it out alive. As long as Khrushchev is with us, I don't think they'll be coming after you. It should be smooth sailing all the way to Alaska. I'm sending someone out to Galena Base to meet you.
To meet me?
The DCI and the President himself are waiting at Langley. Don't keep them waiting.
Man. Man.
So what are you going to do now? Go back to the KGB?
What do you want me to do?
Do you ever think about coming back to America?
I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
But you saved this country.
I didn't do it alone.
But he's showing
And
that
I
he
still owe
cares
you
about
dinner.
you. Yeah.
Is that part of your mission too?
No.
Or is it an order? Or is it an invitation?
I'm pretty sure it's the third.
Proposal? I don't take orders from anyone now.
I gotta say, I definitely feel the romance was amazingly executed in Metal Gear Solid 3. Especially because a lot of people were disappointed in the romance between Raiden and Rose in Metal Gear Solid 2, and there are many points that I can understand it, but to be honest, that is a kind of relationship issue that many people deal with. Like, your freaking lover asking, hey, what's so special about this day between us? And if you can't fucking figure it out, it just fucking, well, can't figure it out, they're getting quite pissed off at you and are gonna pretty much make you just regret not being able to remember a certain thing. Like, that does genuinely happen in relationships. I had quite a narcissistic catfish relationship. As my last relationship I've had outright, let alone my last one that I've had online. She just started fights over the weirdest things. And because of all
Scholars
that,
tell us that the first sky in history was the scene of Genesis.
yeah, that's
And
because
that's
it
why
was.
it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. This time around, it was I who tempted the snake.
This is definitely.
I wasn't sent by Khrushchev. I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA.
I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China and the General Agency's Second Department of the People's Liberation Army. It was all a lie. I tricked you. And I'm sorry.
Man, it sucks that this is the ending between these two and they didn't get to make up. Like, that is genuinely heartbreaking for these
Philosophers
two.
still exist in China, too. You see, my mission was to find out where Volgin was hiding the philosopher's legacy and steal it. So I infiltrated his base as a KGB spy. The two NSA codebreakers who defected in 1960 were actually both men.
Hmm.
The real Adam never showed up at the meeting place.
Well,
Saving me
not
the trouble of having
exactly
to
true,
lie.
but
I sneaked in there pretending I was Heather. And you and Sokolov and Volgin, you all believed me. The philosopher's legacy was originally held in common between the US, Soviet Union, and China. We couldn't let the Russians and the Americans take it all for themselves. The Chinese government had its eye on the legacy too.
jeez.
I got the film containing the legacy. And also the nuclear missile launch data from the Shanghai. 5 years ago, the Soviet Union stopped supplying us with nuclear weapons technology. Since then, China's Liaodong easing, hydrogen bomb, and space rocket projects have fallen behind. But with this data, our country will be able to develop its own nukes. We'll create a deterrent force to rival those of the US and Soviet Union. Everything has gone according to plan, thanks to your help. I too am one of the philosophers. I'm an agent of the philosophers, a graduate of one of their charm schools. I was raised in a joint US-Soviet-Chinese facility to become a sleeper agent. This was before the war. Back then, they were collecting children from all over the world. As a result, I'm indistinguishable from a native-born American. So it didn't surprise me when you and Volgin couldn't tell the difference. But she knew right from the beginning.
Oh, man.
She knew because before the war, she was at one of the philosopher's schools too, as an instructor. The boss was the only one I couldn't fool. She was the only one who knew I was a fake. She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake. She wanted me to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy. And to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other. And not because you saved my life. But because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live. Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice. Because that was her duty.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss. You are a true patriot.
You know, we could use an infiltration unit like Fox in the army. Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgin inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgin's trust.
This is
Finding
so
out where the
fucked up,
philosopher's
man.
legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan.
It's so fucked up.
Then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the US government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever.
Oh man, that is so
This,
fucked
they
up.
concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple.
Fucked
That was
up.
the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. And she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death at your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman
Fuck.
would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe.
Fuck.
She will go down in official history as a war criminal.
That is
And no
so
one will
fucked
ever
up,
understand her.
man.
That
And honest to God,
was her
I believe
final
that this can
mission.
happen with any country.
And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the
Because
end.
we are trusting sinners to be our leaders.
But I think
When
she
in
wanted
actuality, we need
of
to
all
be
people,
trusting Jesus
know
Christ
the
as our
truth.
leader. Does that
She
mean that
wanted
we
to live
shouldn't
on
give people respect for
in your memory,
doing the right thing during war times?
not as a
Of
soldier,
course not.
but as a woman.
Because many of these people did this because
But
they cared to protect
she was
their
forbidden to
country,
tell you
their
herself.
home, their friends, their family. And
That's
this
why she
shit is just showing that this
Snake.
sadly happens too
History
much.
will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart.
Oh man, that sucks.
Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero.
Patriot who saved the world. That's all she gets to be seen as.
Patriot.
That is so fucked up, man. Fuck. No wonder he'd be so freaking unable to care about his country the same way again after that. Like, it is such a good origin story for Big Boss. I mean, damn, man. Who wouldn't not want to care about their country anymore after that? And this shows it continuing to go into something way bigger. Obviously, because it shows how Foxhound even comes about along with the Patriots. In 1972, Liaison Fonterib project. So, Snake, Liquid, and Solidus. Well, Solid Snake, I should specify, but you get the point. Like, ugh. With stories like this is part of what I absolutely love and respect what Hideo Kojima has done as a game developer. It's why I'm bummed that freaking Konami didn't give him just better respect. Because also, I feel like if they had recognized how much he has a following for a reason, I feel like we would have gotten more than just, Zone of the Enders HD, but also maybe stuff like Snatcher HD, and maybe even Police Knots HD. Stuff like that, if I'm being honest, I really want to check out somehow, some way. Because the storytelling that this guy pulls off is mind-blowing. It's why I freaking get so invested in Metal Gear, especially because it also was tapping into the mature depth that I had from Splinter Cell. And thing is, this wasn't the first one for me. Although, I'd say this is definitely a great first start. Even though, I will say that it is also very engaging to play the games in release order. Just so that you see that story get built up over time. But I really do think that even Metal Gear Solid 4 is a very engaging entry. And yes, a lot of it is cutscenes, but let's be real here, this is like essentially the real timeline finale, because I honestly don't really care to want to check out Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Like, there's a side of me that has at least a little bit of interest in it because of the fact that I know that Platinum Games is a good developer and everything, but specifically, I was happy to see Raiden get the ending he got in Metal Gear Solid 4. So to see him go back to being a soldier in Rising wasn't very appealing, sadly. I liked the idea of them making the story that was between Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. That would have been amazing to see come to life. Just saying. Because I would have been interested in seeing him start to connect with Eva, Big Mama, as well as seeing the build up to Metal Gear Solid 4, as well as seeing what Liquid Ocelot was pulling up the whole time. Like, just really going further in bringing up more of the world's story, because I do find it very engaging. And it's only a bummer that we're not going to get a new Metal Gear through Kojima specifically, because he clearly knows what he's doing when he does add on to the storyline. Because while sadly I'm disappointed in how Phantom Pain got cut off and released unfinished, it's a bummer because I saw a lot of potential with Phantom Pain. Even when I was bummed about David Hayter's replacement there, because honest to God, I really wished that instead we got to keep David Hayter in the role. And there just wasn't really much building up of Big Boss, sadly, to where it just wasn't that engaging in the end, aside from explaining stuff like, oh, this is why it seems like you killed Big Boss in Metal Gear 1 and then he shows back up in Metal Gear 2 somehow, and how he still ends up alive at the end of Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, explaining away details like that. But I was more engaged in the stuff that was coming up about Huey Emmerich, who, with his introduction in Peace Walker, you didn't see a lot of the shit coming that happened with Huey Emmerich in Phantom Pain, specifically. To where that was some of the more engaging storytelling there, along with how much I wanted to honestly see more of Ocelot and more of the relationship with Big Boss being built up in Phantom Pain. It's stuff like that that I was a bit more disappointed with, alongside the fact that we also still had all the microtransaction crap, the fact that it wasn't finished. It was kind of a bummer. If only because
Yes,
if it was given the
Rosengren and
time, I
Brand
think it
Research
would have been a
Facility
much
have both been
better
wiped out without a trace.
final product for that
I
reason.
understand, sir, but they were necessary sacrifices. Yes, the CIA has taken care of the boss themselves. I believe the White House will be satisfied. Khrushchev is finished. Your time has finally arrived.
Oh, boy.
Yes, the the American president is relying on us to keep a lid on the whole affair. We've got him by the balls. It should make a valuable trump card in future negotiations. Yes, Chief Director, of course. I'll keep the KGB informed. Yes, it's me. The boss has accomplished her mission. The philosopher's legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands. With this money, yes, the philosophers can finally
I
be
will
revived.
say this though, I definitely believe that the
film we
Illuminati
handed the
is
Chinese was a
mainly
fake.
based in the United States.
Peking
So
must be in an uproar right
moments
about
like
now.
this in the story definitely hit hard for me
I'm afraid so.
when
Only
I
half the money's
already
made it
was
back to
paying
the United
attention to
States.
stuff like the Illuminati
The
conspiracy
KGB must still have
stuff
part of the legacy.
being thrown out there.
Yes, the weapon has been reduced to ashes. That's right. Grozny Grad has been obliterated by the Davy Crockett we brought in as well. Yes, that was the boss's work too.
Yeah, I noticed that, actually.
Speaking of which, I've obtained something from Granin that you might find interesting. It's a revolutionary new nuclear attack system. Perhaps it might just come in handy someday. Yes, we have Snake to thank for that. Khrushchev believed it as well. Yes, they bought our story. I don't think they'll be making a fuss. The secondary alert has been lifted as well. And the Soviets still haven't discovered my true identity. They have no idea that I've been triple-crossing them. I will continue my activities as a contact for the new government. Yes, it appears that no one knew that I was Adam. Of course, I am always at the CIA's disposal, Mr. Director.
Special item not used. Title is Iguana. So I didn't end up using special item stuff. So how many people did I actually kill? 79. That is definitely quite a few times still. Granted, it might have been in part due to when I was reaching the end after facing the sorrow, because there was definitely fewer people then, for sure. Single action army, patriot, camera, green face paint, brown face paint, national flag face paints, tuxedo, TPM, desert camo, unlocked download camo, download camo. I don't remember that ever being a thing before. Yeah. So yeah, that was the finale to Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. And I really am not trying to just come off as a total dick when I am pointing out some of the things that future games really did improve on. It's just that definitely the likes of remakes for these games is definitely going to be helpful. If anything, I was actually also excited for the Splinter Cell remake when that was being talked about, even though at the same time I am definitely very much hesitant with especially Ubisoft. Excuse me. With the likes of Ubisoft, the last game of theirs that I tried at all was Ghost Recon Wildlands on PS4. And while I may at some point maybe, keyword maybe, care to check out the Splinter Cell free DLC that they did make for it just because, you know, Sam Fisher properly being back with Michael Ironside in the role again. At the very same time, I just really would have much rather enjoyed a new Splinter Cell, but a proper one. Cause thing is, I wasn't in. I mean, there are things that I like about Blacklist, the last Splinter Cell game, but there are things that I wasn't exactly the happiest with. And specifically, it is definitely definitive for a reason why people refer to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory as the best of the series, with how good the blending in with the darkness uh, theme was in that game, um, the improvement in the goggles yet again, uh, being able to use the that attachment on the pistol in order to like get lights to just glitch out, or even cameras to glitch out, or even the lasers to glitch out, stuff like that. On top of the sound meter being a thing, along with also the light meter, just amazing. Being able to knock people out or just kill them with your knife, being very useful overall. Like, that game is definitive Splinter Cell for a reason. And while Blacklist does tap into a lot of the enjoyment from that game, there are things that I kind of wish was still done in Blacklist. For sure, I still feel like a real light and sound meter combo needed to have always been there since Chaos Theory. Like, bottom line, to where, at the very least, the last gen version for Double Agent that I played on PS2 growing up was at least freaking thinking when they decided to keep a sound and light meter. And specifically, the freaking next gen version only having the binary thing to show you when you're hidden or not is just dumb. It's been dumb that they've done that since then. And at most, I still really find the likes of Splinter Cell Conviction a very engaging and satisfactory storyline for Sam Fisher, especially when things got so serious in Double Agent, and then, uh, in my case, I even actually played Essentials on PSP for the extra story that was supposed to then tie into Conviction, which I honestly at first thought it did, especially because I felt like I went hardcore in trying to follow the story, especially because I was so frustrated at Conviction being an Xbox 360 exclusive that I couldn't play, being a PlayStation player mainly. And I only finally got to play it when I got a fucking PC. And man, the thing is, I really do like stealth games. And Metal Gear, I like the challenge of trying to actually not kill anyone, because while I am frustrated that there was one person that got counted in Metal Gear Solid 2 there, I still somehow actually barely almost got the big boss rank there. Which I was honestly hoping I would have gotten there. To be fair, though, I'm more covering these for the story here because in both Splinter Cell and Metal Gear, they have some crazy conspiracies that go down. Crazy conspiracies that I wholly believe being legit shit that would happen in real life. I mean, because bottom line, when you hear about the philosophers as it starts out in the timeline to the Patriots, um, when you are someone like me who pays attention to conspiracies, you immediately hear the Illuminati come to mind. Because that's literally what you're seeing. Because let's be real, this whole Illuminati business is a literal fucking cult that is trying to control the world however the hell they can by having people placed into power when they see fit. And definitely, it is a huge part of why I don't trust the United States just blanketly. And while there is a side of me that feels like uh, Donald Trump could be good, there's a side of me that is not just going to simply blindly trust him 100% either. And if I'm being honest, I look at the likes of Elon Musk and how he is actually developing some sort of microchip system for paying for shit, which sounds like not just the nanomachine shit that happens in especially Metal Gear Solid 4, but it also sounds like, the mark of the beast. And that is something to really take note of. It is a huge part of why I just simply do not trust Elon Musk. Especially because that guy is clearly, at many points, also posing like a total Satanist. No joke. I mean, the fucking Halloween costume he had one year was pretty disturbing, actually. To where there has been some theorizing, and I will put this out there as, yes, a theory, specifically, that he could be the the that he could be what is biblically known in the prophecy as the Antichrist. And thing is, there is a side of me that believes that Trump could either be used to introduce the Antichrist or could end up being the Antichrist too. Thing is, I'm not just going to trust these people blindly. By all means, though, they are just as human as every one of us can be in being sinners in one way or another. And to a degree, that is, well, I can't even say just to a degree, because thing is, Jesus Christ died for our sins, and that's that. To where there are some gnarly things that people end up coming back from, who end up being born again as a Christian and realizing that they are actually able to try and be better people to begin with. And it is a huge part about being a Christian. Just the thing that trips me out is that, honest to God, I've always been quite the outcast. And I never liked how much I really couldn't find people to talk to on the subject of conspiracies. Because my mom, uh, well, just off the bat, anything that was coming out of her mouth was just immediately being labeled as crazy by practically every fucking buddy in my life. Meanwhile, I was practically one of the only people who's ever there actually trying to be open-minded and trying to hear her out about this shit going down in the world. Because thing is, I was glad that she showed me all the conspiracies about 9/11. If only because 9/11 clearly was quite the situation that got people just trusting the US government in all kinds of ways that just trusting these leaders is foolish of us. Because the only person that we can trust to be a good, worthy leader is Jesus. It's why it's important that he is going to come back eventually. Because we need to learn to follow him as our king, to follow him as our leader. Because all of these people who are susceptible to sin can't just simply be completely 100% trusted as our leaders. It clearly does not go over well. And damn sure, the likes of this whole Illuminati thing is clearly a situation where to where we are, whether we realize it or not, are being ran by some underground cult that's running the world, because the cults are usually the ones really being actually aware of what they're even doing in in working for Satan, in working for the fallen angels, the demons. They're cults in the first place, after all. They are giving themselves up to the likes of the fallen angels and the demons in order to just get whatever the hell they want. And it's why Hollywood is also very much a cult situation too. And some people might not fully see it that way yet. Or some do end up getting shown that stuff, and it's fucking crazy. And there are many people who try to blow the whistle on this shit too, and clearly end up getting killed over it. I'm pissed off that Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington are currently just being talked about like they just killed them fucking selves, when they actually fucking tried to expose pedophiles through a documentary that is still out there called The Silent Children. And there is real footage of Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington talking to the camera about basically signing a poster for those who donate to the documentary. And they end up getting killed before the documentary comes out. And it's posed as a pair of suicides. And in the case of both of these musicians too, they were actually with plans in life. Plans that they seemed to be feeling fulfilled in, at least to some degree. I mean, in the case of Chester Bennington, that man was a huge fan of Stone Temple Pilots, the grunge band, and I am too, for the record, and that guy was going to come back as the new lead singer to Stone Temple Pilots after Scott Weiland had been dead for a while. And he was playing with them live for a bit, and he was amazing, and he was clearly so giddy about it because he grew up such a big fan of the band. So, you know, he's like talking about some of these performances being like the best nights of his life, and and he supposedly kills himself. Not likely. And in the case of Chris Cornell, he was also about ready to come back with more Soundgarden. And that alone is also a huge, like, no way. Like, when these people have real plans, thorough plans in life, they're not going to just kill themselves. And it's why it's such a bummer that people don't realize that they died trying to expose pieces of shit pedophiles. It's a huge part of what's actually going on with so much of the corruption in this world, man. And it is just stomach churning, man. It's so stomach churning down to the fact that that because of this super sexual age we live in, we are expected to just simply find it no big deal that LGBTQ shit is just being taught to children, as well as this racism, but this time now being aimed at white people. Let's be real here. Because for quite some time, it isn't like it isn't like we've still been living in some sort of segregation era like what Martin Luther King Jr. went through. It is so much the opposite of that now. And people get upset over what is clearly just people joking, not actually meaning to, offend people or this or that. And just basically going, white men, they're all evil. White people, they're all evil. I mean, that is racism too. Let's be real here, people. Not only that, but trying to freaking say that we need to teach kids about this LGBTQ shit is ridiculous. It's ridiculously minded. And I say this as someone who has been friends with many people, whether they have been trans or homosexual or this, that, or the other. I've always done my best to be very accepting of other people. It is not about simply, oh, we don't accept you. It is about the fact that kids need to be able to have their innocence protected, god damn it. Because it's that fucking simple. It isn't fucking rocket science, people. we should actually be fucking more than understanding that LGBTQ shit should not be a subject for children. Because let's be real, it is a sexual subject. It is sexual themes. And thus, at most, you could probably get away with maybe putting it in a fucking PG-13 movie or a TV-14 uh, show, but instead we're supposed to find it more than find that Blues Clues would come back and do things like a Pride Parade sing-along hosted by a fucking drag queen. You're out of your goddamn minds thinking that that's no big deal. People, I'm just being real with you. I'm not doing this because I'm a fucking hateful piece of shit. I'm saying this because I'm just being honest, people. Because this is ridiculous. Because kids should be protected, goddammit. And the fact that this is trying to just be encouraged like it's no big fucking deal is bullshit. Because it is a fucking get out of jail free card for pedophiles in this fucking case. Let's be real here. For pedophiles to go out of their way to fucking groom children and then fucking walk away with it scot-free by going, oh, you're just a freaking homophobe or a transphobe or this or that or whatever. Or even fucking saying, racisms. Like it's become just a get out of jail free card. And it's ridiculousness, dude. Because you should save that shit for when it actually is a serious situation, god damn it. Not when you're just fucking too happy using it as a get out of jail free card all your fucking life. Because you should be fucking ashamed of yourself using that as a get out of jail free card. You should be ashamed of yourself because that should not be how that is used. Because people have gone through genuinely terrible moments in history where that shit is legitimately happening. And it is serious claims to be made. It's just ridiculous, people. And it's why when I'm freaking seeing these conspiracies be played out in fiction in all kinds of different ways, whether it's like how the Matrix tries to portray biblical themes, or how Metal Gear Solid not only portrays biblical themes, but also portrays all of these conspiracies going down in the world. I mean, it is crazy how hardcore they go on the conspiracies in Metal Gear. And it is a huge part of why it is worth playing. Because these stories are mind-blowing. And I have played through all of the PS4 releases that are here now. At most, well, I mean, the only other thing is probably just, the side games that, is supposed to be, in here somewhere. Ah. Stuff like the bonus content. The bonus content includes the NES games, which honestly, I pushed myself through the original Metal Gear duology. I'd rather not go out of my way to play the NES entries because they are genuinely really hard and awkward. And there are certain retro games that are timeless, and then there are certain retro games that are so over the top, easily aged. And that's why remakes can be a good thing, because they can do a lot to make old experiences far better. I mean, I mean, for example, I will say that there is a certain appeal for a reason with Crash Bandicoot and Zane Trilogy, how it streamlines how the games control, which makes it a little easier to get the hang of playing Crash Bandicoot Classic. But, you know, I could still enjoy the original Crash Bandicoot games. It's however definitely a debate on if if I would do the 100% run for them, since I just got this done. I'm just gonna at least show what there is here. So, because there's the NES games, and then there is two other things that is actually kind of cool to check out too, I'd say. Especially if you are a Metal Gear fan. Yeah, fine, whatever. Jeez, douchebag terms of use. So, that's how you can play the original NES games. The original Metal Gear on NES, which was a success at the time, but nowadays is not very appealing the same way at all, honestly. Especially with some of the spelling issues as well. And Snake's Revenge is really hard to see the appeal in, honest to God. And part of that is also the fact that I watched some Call Me Johnny's reviews for these games. And hey, if that guy ever ends up watching shit like this, hey, love your stuff, man. Love your reviews. Praying the best for you. But here's the other thing, though. The digital graphic novels, which are basically visual novels for adapting the original Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2. And what is kind of interesting for these adaptations of the story is that they end up adding on to the storyline with certain details that was later revealed, to where it helps streamline the story a lot more in a way that I'd say is appealing. And of course, both of them are voice acted too. I'd say they're a good time to enjoy. But and what else? Oh yeah, also the digital soundtracks that they decide to include in a lot of these new collections. Definitely a classic vocal theme in games for a reason, though. But yeah, I guess that really is it, though. I'm just hoping that for Volume 2, they do really try to get Metal Gear Solid 4 on multiple platforms finally. As one of the things that I at least appreciated about the Kingdom Hearts HD collections was that they did try to get them all on a single platform finally, which helps a lot because it was frustrating for my parents when I was growing up going, Mom, I need the next system for the next Kingdom Hearts game. And they're like, fuck, another one? I'm like, yeah. But, seriously, Volume 2, it would be good to have Metal Gear Solid 4, Portable Ops, Peace Walker, let's leave out Phantom Pain stuff because let's be real, when it's also available on modern platforms too, we really have no need to mess with Phantom Pain in the Master Collection. And I mean, you could include the Metal Gear Acid games. I just personally couldn't bring myself to care to play those myself. I'm just not a fan of not so much the tactical RPG thing, but the card system crap. Because I felt like freaking Some Call Me Johnny when he's like just got off the heels of Chain of Memories, so the whole card system idea, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I feel you there. Which is why I wouldn't mess with Metal Gear Acid, and thank God it's not canon to the main stuff either. Thank God. Otherwise, it would definitely be a whole thing there, which wouldn't be fun. But it would also be nice if they could then also add Twin Snakes. Uh, because it would be nice for it to not be stuck as just a GameCube exclusive. But who knows, I guess, since it's Nintendo they'd have to deal with for that shit. And Nintendo just has such a big ego, clearly. But so does PlayStation. Really, all the main platforms have egos now. It's a bummer. I guess if I'm coming back with Metal Gear, though, next I'll be taking on. I want to do Portable Ops due to the fact that it released before MGS4 and did a lot to build up to that story. But it's a bit of a weird situation to play through, to where I might even need to do shit like use a guide to help me get through it. I'm not too sure. But I'd like to do that before MGS4. It's just I'm also anxious about really breaking that one down. Man. God bless.